Not today, motherfuckers. Not today. Absolutely. Hold up. Oh dear. What the hell did it do? Alright. So here's what we're gonna do, because this is the hottest fucking mess I've ever seen in my whole goddamn life. And of course, it's surrounded by the four biggest pieces of shit you could ever find. Okay?
He wasn't sending.
And by the way, you lying ass motherfuckers, I have the fucking receipts to show you're lying and that you are putting out shit from a fucking abuser who, by the way, in my own goddamn inbox, in my own goddamn videos and recordings, says the fucking opposite of this shit. So, do carry on, because I got the fucking receipts, motherfuckers.
Dick
But
pics,
here,
but of the skin, sharing the story.
let's
But I'm
listen
really
to
not.
these sorry pieces
But
of
anyway,
shit.
she had gone through her cancer treatment. As part of her cancer treatment, she
Do tell.
had radiation, and it's not external radiation. Like, some people go and they get radiation, and what that external radiation is when you go.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. RAI, entirely different. Good going, you dipshit bitch, on fucking Googling some shit, okay?
Oh, and they focus a radiation beam at something in your body and they try to kill the cells. Well, she had internal radiation, and that's where you swallow these radioactive capsules, and it works from the inside. And as a result, you're carrying around, you're radioactive because you
Yeah, no shit.
now have radiation that's live and hasn't broken down yet
You don't
in you. So when you have that, you can't be around within so many feet of people. You have to limit your exposure to them. And when you first get this treatment, you sign a consent. And the consent ensures that the patient knows, number one, the treatment that is being recommended, right? So the radiation. Number two, it makes sure that you know the possible outcomes, good and bad. Like, we are doing this because we wanted to treat your cancer, but the bad is that it could cause these side effects or what have you. But the bad also, part of that is with chemotherapy and internal radiation, when you take the pill, that you have to, as part of that consent, you have to acknowledge that you understand the danger that your treatment can pose to other people, and that you've been educated on how to minimize that risk for damage. So with internal radiation, when you're swallowing those radiation capsules, you can't be around people for extended periods of time because you're exposing them to radiation. We can all have a little bit of radiation exposure and still be okay and not have bad outcomes. We get radiation every day just from the sun. Shay, if you flew, you were exposed to radiation on the airplane. We get radiation all the time. But once it reaches a certain level, it becomes a critical level, and that's when it starts to do damage to your tissue. And that's why you have to limit exposure. Well, Andy woke up one morning and realized that he had like these red looking like blisters on his penis. This is
wrong. Let me tell you what Andy fucking did. But we'll get to that. According to this bitch here who's suddenly a medical expert and knows exactly what was happening in the bedroom with Andy and the several times he'd been through catching shit from other supplies and sources and exactly what was wrong with his dick and hold on, we'll get there.
Very personal. So I hope that people don't get nasty and
Trigger warning.
just yes.
Trigger warning. Major trigger warning.
Yeah, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. This whole thing's a trigger warning. I should just name my channel Trigger Warning. Okay. So he was very concerned, obviously, and he had Jody Sue's sister or somebody is a nurse, and
No. For starters, I made him go to the hospital, and this was an ongoing thing for weeks and weeks. He would let go, cause his dick was so fucked up it wouldn't even come out. Okay, far more wrong with it than something like a blister. The motherfucker wouldn't even come the fuck out, and he was pissing on himself and shit because he couldn't even get it to pee. Yeah, and then it started developing a hole in it. There was also other shit wrong with it, by the way. Anyway, it had nothing to do with my fucking radiation because by this point, when it was fucking broke and this started happening, the radiation was months out of my system. But anyway, let me tell you something, Piper. During the time of my radiation, he was absolutely sexually assaulting me. He knew he shouldn't have been around me. And when I'm sick, though, that's his favorite fucking moments to push himself on me. Always has been after surgeries, even internal female surgeries. Something he has done. He has drugged me up and down fucking hallways trying to rape me in front of his parents and all kinds of shit. It's what the fuck he does, man. The sicker I am, the more he enjoys it. But do carry on and let us know what's wrong with his dick, Piper. When you talk
so
to my abuser, go ahead.
I mean, he didn't send a picture. He wasn't sending dick pics.
Oh.
But
and I have messages begging him to go to the doctor. He didn't want to go to the doctor, Piper. I have the messages where I keep asking him every day if I need to get him more medicine. If I need to do this, if I need to. And I have the receipts where I paid to take him to on-calls and things too. Yeah, I did, Piper. I went with him to each and every one of those doctor's appointments and to the hospital. But please do continue to tell us more, Piper.
Of the skin, you had to know how embarrassing that was for him to send that, first of all.
Well, apparently you don't. And Piper, he didn't send any such pictures to anyone. You're a fucking lying bitch. Or he's lying to you like, well, like fucking abusers do. But do carry on and tell us about my sexual assaults and how things went down and what his dick looks like and what was really wrong with it and when it really began. Yeah, let's carry on here. Oh, and y'all missed the part where they were talking about how he'd say I had to drive him out, or he had to drive me out to do my lives and shit. For starters, that's fucking lame. We've got to get our normal shit, and the way they're doing this is narrative driven. He may have said it, I don't know, it's bullshit though. Each evening we go out to get the things we needed, groceries, whatever else, and that's if I chose to go out. I would do a live where usually while he was in the store, sometimes not. A lot of times I was packing a bowl or something beside of me, is what you see. He's sitting. It's while he's, taking a shower with his parents as well because he preferred the water there. So I'm hanging out in the fucking car, but Scotch and Piper on like, oh yeah, you can see his elbow in the videos and squirrel titties and all them over. You can whatever. So here you go. You missed that part.
And say I've got
and it's a fucking lie. Okay.
Problem. You know what I mean? With your penis. I mean, that's terrible.
It's not terrible when motherfuckers cheating on you, sexually assaulting you, abusing you, beating the fuck out of you, terrorizing and harming your children, mentally, emotionally, and otherwise. No, it's not. And to know I had no immune system to protect myself with while he was fucking somebody else that was gross as shit that he brought shit home from while I was going through cancer treatments and while I had no immune system. Oh, yeah, yeah. Poor abuser, though. Poor fucking abuser. But let's do carry on. You want to?
It was embarrassing.
She tried to lose it, destroy his manhood,
Yeah, yeah. And
That's
then
evil.
he, so he didn't know what was going on. And so he went to the doctor.
He did not go to the doctor. I begged and pleaded and did whatever. And there were messages and messages and messages. And me asking him every day how it was doing and, if it was getting better and if I needed to get more medicine and. But yeah, please do tell us how he went alone. And by the way, this dude never went to the doctor alone because he couldn't speak. He didn't want to. He wanted somebody else to hold his hand. But do carry on, Barbara.
And the doctor was kind of baffled over it and was like, well, I don't know. It could be this, could be that. And
yeah, damn right, the doctor was baffled over it because the two things that are wrong, like super wrong, shouldn't have existed. And it wasn't my radiation. I was the one that brought my radiation up to the doctors, wondering if that could be in this the other for months prior. But they were like, no, bro, no.
In conversation, he mentioned, because his doctor was asking him about sexual activity, of course.
No, they really didn't. But do carry on because you were apparently there and whatever.
And he said, no, I've got a girlfriend. I'm with one person, blah, blah, blah.
Which is obviously a fucking lie. We all know this.
And she's going through cancer and have radiation. And the doctor was like, wait a minute, and it came out that, wait, so she has radiation now? And he said, yeah, they were.
No, at that time it was not active at that time. No, but do carry on. Do carry on.
Radiation burns.
They were not radiation burns, and it was a sore that kept popping up, but that was not what was wrong with his dick. His dick has two things wrong with it, and it won't even come the fuck out, and he's pissing all over it. Look, I'm telling you. And there's it's all kinds of shit involved. It has not a goddamn thing to do with my radiation.
They were radiation burns.
Yeah.
And she was aware that could happen.
What was that, Scott?
She was aware that could happen.
Oh, look at him trying to blame it on me. Like, this had nothing to do with my fucking radiation, although he was very much sexually assaulting me during that time. But by the time his dick broke, it had nothing to do with me and was a while later on. But yes, do carry on.
Yeah. Well, I can't say what...
And by the way, hold on, we'll get to that here in just a second when they start speculating.
He was not aware
you sign
of.
A consent form.
Yes.
You sign a consent form saying that you do not.
And by the way, the consent forms here, they tell you about the radiation. They only want you a certain amount of time away. The standard's only like a week or two or whatever, depending on your dose. Me, I did my research, and I was like, hell no, it's going to take at least this many half-lives to get rid of this radiation out of there and not to harm my daughter, her ovaries, eggs, my son's sperm, and to get ready for the surgery and the radiation, we dropped the cabin up there. Okay? Which, by the way, I have fucking receipts for them when it was dropped, and I also have receipts for when my fucking radiation was done. But do carry on, you lying ass pieces of shit.
Fluids at all. You do not use the same plates. You do not use the same cups. While you're on this.
You can't
not even use the same shower, the same toilet. You don't
shit.
even use that.
Yes, you're fully aware of all.
And
when I did my research and all that shit prior to the RAI and all that, I took a longer period away and being away from my kids, and y'all have heard me talk about it in other videos. I decided 3 months was that time limit. But anyway.
You're full of
a consent to protect the doctors in the event something like this happens. that you are.
That is not even true. That's not true. They literally just signed saying that you know what the fuck ever. It's like one little short form. I have pictures of that form, by the way, that I signed. But dear God, let us go ahead and carry on over here with this fucking bunch of dumb shit.
Are aware of the dangers that this
radiation.
Yeah, I very much was aware. That's why I had the other cabin drop. But do carry on.
Tell you everything that it is a risk. If I were doing something like that, that's monstrous.
Yes.
That's monstrous. She's doing something like that and she knows better. It's monstrous. For starters, like I said, he was sexually assaulting me. Okay? But that's fine. It's all fine. Just entertainment. And, like always, through the years, since we were kids, man, if I was sick, had surgery, anything was wrong with me, even after I had our children, dude, within hours. That's what it was. And every time I was sick, he made sure to terrorize me. Every time. And he started within days of me having radiation. But, yeah. Being sexually assaulted, pushed upon, going, hey, I don't feel good, please stop, leave me alone. And him doing it was fucking fantastic, yeah. Poor Andy fucking Bernard. Yes. But once again, like I said, that did not have shit to do with his dick getting broken later on.
So he became alarmed, obviously, and the doctor educated him, on the risk with the radiation exposure.
No, none of this happened. None of this happened, dude. None of this happened. And the dude has another fucking disease he brought in from fucking prostitutes and shit in parking lots, okay? So you just carry on telling us about my poor fucking abuser and rapist's fucking dick and how I'm responsible, okay?
Pieces of shit, most dude. Of all, the risk to his children. And he had no idea. And so that's when he...
The fuck he didn't have an idea, dude. And I have receipts and messages to prove he absolutely knew. He was not to be near me. This was why the cabin was being dropped. These motherfuckers need to quit lying for somebody that very much abused the fuck out of me for 3 decades and sexually fucking assaulted me and harmed me in every way you can fucking think of.
Immediately went out and they got that shed cabin.
Did you hear that?
And put that on the property.
Hold on.
So she could live in there, so she was not aware
you sign
of.
A consent form.
Yes.
You sign a consent form saying that you do not put your bodily fluids at all. You do not use the same plates. You do not use the same cups while you're on this.
You do not even
use the same shower, the same toilet. You don't even do that.
Yes, you're fully aware of all.
And they make you sign a consent to protect the doctors in the event something like this happens. That you are aware of the dangers that this radiation.
My families get the cancer. They do tell you everything that it is a risk. Yes. If I were doing something like that, that's monstrous.
Yes. So he became alarmed, obviously, and the doctor educated him, on the risk with the radiation exposure, and most of all, the risk to his children. And he had no idea.
Yeah, he was real concerned about the children he mentally, emotionally, and physically abused, yes. So goddamn concerned. The ones he's not paid a fucking dime in child support for, but has taken money from during this period, yes. That guy.
And so that's when he immediately went out and they got that shed cabin and put that on the property so she could live in there, so she wouldn't be exposing the children, him,
really,
and his parents to rape.
And his parents, listen to that. So she wouldn't be exposing him his children and his parents to the radiation. His parents didn't live with us, dude. Exhibit A of a goddamn lying piece of shit. They do not live on 125 Ben Hill. Exhibit A of a lying piece of shit, and I know even Andy wouldn't have told this cunt that. Because that's too far out the fucking rail. But let's carry on in here.
Radiation.
So I caught on to that, Popper. The fresh baby.
And I have the goddamn receipts to show this cabin. The first one, it was dropped before treatments. Because I wanted it dropped before. It was supposed to be dropped before, it was supposed to be dropped before I had surgery, but because of the hurricane at the time down in Louisiana and shit, to put them behind. So it didn't get dropped till right at radiation. And after my papa died, and anyway, so yeah, and then his dick was broke a long time later after that. But do carry on.
Baby's video, after I watched it a few times, and that was during when she was having radiation, and she was talking about it. And if you go back and look at that, her girl that is of childbearing age, of course you don't want him to have a child.
Is this bitch serious right now? Hell no.
At that age. But you know,
how many times, like, if you followed me since Facebook, if I said we dropped this cabin for this exact reason? Because I was well aware of the fucking risks. I've talked about staying away from my daughter during that period. And I have pictures of them outside the door. There are a million lives that I did too, where I was sad and crying because I couldn't be near them. They were outside the door waving, because they couldn't be near me. Because it was my priority to keep my children safe. But this is the hot spin on it by these pieces of shit.
Right. But the problem is it affects their cells, and you can have possible...
And she was looking back at...
Not their cells. Her fucking ovaries and eggs and shit, dude. Because by her age, all of them are there.
And she was like, no fresh babies, and laughing. And that's when it hit me. Right there. That she is psychologically doing that to her...
What?
Daughter, because that she's made them all well aware, and they all knew what would be the consequences.
What?
To radiation.
So I caught on to that, Popper, the fresh babies video, after I watched it a few times, and that was during when she was having radiation, and she was talking about it. And if you go back and look at that, her girl that is of childbearing age, of course you don't want them to have a child at that age, but you know what I'm saying.
But the problem is it affects their cells, and you can have possible...
And she was looking back at her, and she was like, no fresh babies, and laughing, and that's when it hit me. Right there. That she is psychologically doing that to her daughter, because that she's made them all well aware, and they all knew what would be the consequences.
She is saying that I was near my daughter or something, to do something to my daughter, and no fresh babies. And now I'm supposedly looking back at my daughter in that video and laughing and shit, dude. No, I was talking about the smell of brand new babies and things, and how I wanted more. But, yeah. Please do carry on.
Consequences.
Right.
And I picked up on that.
No, yeah, you picked up on it, right?
So here's my question, and I don't know that any of this is true. I know that Andy told me that.
I don't know that any of this is true. It's for entertainment fucking purposes only. So cocky. And you know what? Here's fucking truth. you can fuck right off. I hope each and every one of you, oh, I'm not a believer, but I hope if there's a hell, each and every one of you all rot in that motherfucker. I'm not much for karma, but I hope it finds all of you quickly and swiftly, and I hope it fucking chokes you. I'm not much for spite, but I hope it's you all next who face fucking battles like this. I hope it is all of you one of these days. May you know the fucking terror and pain and the bullshit. May it be you that's not believed next. May it be you next that someone's online pretending that your abuser is the poor fucking victim. And that you somehow broke his fucking dick with your cancer treatment while he was raping you months before Cabin was dropped. While he was doing it after, while he was sick, and then his dick ends up broken months after. They don't correlate. Man, fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all.
Yes, and Squall told, when I heard,
Squall
when I heard you talking about it today, at first I thought, well, Squall must have told her I said that. You know? Yeah. And so Squall, when I talked to Squall, she said, you know, that somebody from the community there had confirmed this story. She texted me to say, hey, a local confirmed the radiation story. And I was like, really? Because I've been so leery to come out and tell this crap, because what if it's not true? I don't know that it's true. I didn't go to the doctor with him, you know.
But a local apparently went to the doctor with him. No locals went to the doctor with him but me, lady. And I use that fucking term loosely. But yeah, they've got a local swearing somehow about his doctor's visit and the radiation story is true. No, this ain't Cam. This is Scotch Tape and Squirrel Titties and the Anti-Safe Place and Piper.
So, but my concern is, if you
Did he tell you that himself?
Oh, yes. I've got it on recording.
Let me ask you something. You know, as a men are different than women. You know, they have their pride thing going on and all that. And to me, it feels like that, yes, he was telling you the truth, because I don't think that many men would come forward and talk about something like that in general.
Oh, they would if they were an abuser and wanted to be like, hey. Or motherfuckers online who are still hiding the tapes and the text messages. Because, see, these people, they came to me and told me that Andy been talked to. I have a lot of what Piper has, because it's been given to me. But on here, she's protecting him just in case my bitch ass wants to go to court with it. That's what she says. That's what she says. But a long time ago, months and months and months ago, I was given what fucking Piper has.
I really don't. Well, I believe
that if you're gonna, I think if a man's gonna make up a story, and Scott, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but they're not gonna make up a story about their.
Yeah, he would, and he was already trying to. I mean, he beat me. And see, here's the thing. Here's how this can easily be made up. Because for months and months and months online, including the first of my domestic violence videos I did, I say openly and state openly that he beat the fuck out of me damn near every day, blaming me for his dick getting broken. But it was because the bitch he was fucking at the goddamn Kenjo next door was so fucking gross. But he tried to blame me. And I've said that myself. It wasn't me. The doctors told him it wasn't me. But even if it had been, somehow months in between, He was told to stay out of that cabin. He was told to stay the fuck away from me. I had that cabin dropped. I asked for it to be dropped. I paid for that one to be dropped in. Partially. I think he got like $300, $400 to help with it, whatever. But, supposed to be dropped prior to the surgery. It wasn't dropped till right before radiation. And instead, his ass, because he didn't want to be nowhere with the kids, come his ass right down there within a couple weeks. But within the first few nights, he was already. It's just like, man, I come home from having my head cut off, dude, and he was already on me. Just like every goddamn surgery. Yeah. Let's carry on.
Their penis having blisters on it because.
It was one that kept popping up over and over and over and over and over again. When he was trying to wear condoms and doing whatever with the fucking nasty bitch next door in bathroom stalls and a cooler. But yeah, because he's allergic. And on top of his dick being broke. But yes, let's do carry on.
Yeah.
No, especially our type of, the type of men we have here in Appalachia. I just don't see it. So I think the man's telling the truth.
I think he was too. And I'll tell you, my impression of him is that he is very honest and he doesn't talk very
Yeah, okay,
much. And, when I get on.
I was told by the local that was the actual last straw. That was the straw that broke the camel's back with Andy when Jody Sue did that to him. He said, "We're done." He said,
that's horseshit.
And
she was told by locals.
Yeah, because if you're going to put your own children at risk, for what?
Now they're saying it put my children at risk, dude. And my children can very much testify that that's not the truth. That I didn't get to see them or hug them or anything. That I kept them the fuck as far away from me as I could, dude. They were not anywhere in that cabin. I have pictures of it, dude, and neighbors know, everybody knows, man. Oh, there are videos. I have so many. And posts on Facebook that are not open to the public. Where I'm like, there are the kids today. And where my daughter would stay outside in the yard, but we would do similar crafts together, right? I would be inside the cabin. I would be, trying to do needlepoint and shit. And she'd have her own outside the door just so we could spend time together. But she was far away from me. But yeah, do tell me how I was doing.
For what? What is her, what was that all? Did she just not care? Did she not think it was real? Like, did she think the doctors were being overly concerned, about exposure? I don't know. I don't understand it. But and I don't want to come out here and just bash somebody. And that's why I've not.
But isn't that exactly what she's fucking doing? And God help me, Andy fucking Bernard, if you're listening right now. And I know because of the talks and the small amounts of communication that you fucked up at first when you talked to these fucking cunts. And I have stood before your fucking ass and made sure that you were protected. So they didn't eat you alive, so you didn't go off and hurt somebody else, including that new supply of the new children of the public. But God help you, you motherfucker. And I know this right here is not true. I know it's not been said by him. I know. Because it's so fucking far out there. I know it's not. And like I told you, for months I've had what Piper was given. Okay? I know. So what she's saying right now is a goddamn lie. That's why she's saying, well, I don't want to come out with it, because Jody C's a bitch and she'll use it in court. No, I'm not. It's because I'm... And I have the receipts, and we're getting ready to go through them, because I'm going to prove these fucking cunts liars. And this right here, this shit that it is. We're going to once again walk through my fucking pain, my sexual assaults that I've not been able to deal with, that I have mentioned in past videos, to prove these bitches and this motherfucker right here, the liar that they fucking are. We're going to walk through the pictures and the dates for his broken dick, and the dates for the fucking cabin. And I know what they're wanting from me. They want me to be angry enough to think that this is true. But I know better because of what they're saying. They're wanting me to get mad enough to say something about Andy. And I'll tell you what, you motherfuckers, you're not getting it from me. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I'm gonna do it here, illusions. I'll live through pain. I've lived through much of it. This will not be the first or last. Alright. Anybody comes in here with that anti-shit doohickey, put them in the box. They don't ever need to be back here again. What the fuck? I know Chunk Bay, I know they're gonna keep doing it, and I know this is gonna drive up views for that, and I don't care. Not this shit. Not this shit. This is some of the sickest shit I've ever encountered. Other than them killing Jose, of course. It's fine. Okay. And I'm not listening, so I just tuned in. So, first meeting.
Not said this stuff because I don't want to come out here and just bash somebody. And, you know, the Holler Bunny won't come on my panel. I've asked her, I've tried talking to her before I ever came out and told anything about Andy.
A holler bunny. You know what a holler bunny is? It's a fucking whore. She's called me a fucking whore. And she says she's talked to me many times, but I won't come on her panel.
Andy, what he said, I've not told stuff because, I was just, number one, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons. And I told why in my other video, the last one, why I didn't come out immediately with these recordings. But,
Cracking Cases there in chat said that whenever they talked to Jody Sue, and this was before she even came onto YouTube, said that Jody Sue was telling them that YouTube had destroyed her life.
I was on Facebook and they have literally been in our life since June 15th, and I don't recall saying they'd already, I don't know. Like, this has been shit. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about right now, quite frankly.
Well, who hasn't destroyed Jody Sue's life? Aside from her, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And Jody Sue was supported by Andy for a very, very long time. And,
Bullshit.
No, he's not somebody.
That boy only had a job for a couple of years, and that's still off and on. Supported me my ass.
He's not. Let me tell you a little bit about Andy, just so you know.
Yeah, just so we know.
I think people are interested to know who he is. Let's just say I didn't know any of this about Jody Sue. If I met Andy, I would think he was a very, very nice person. I would think.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. It's kind of what the fuck they're about, you dumb bitch.
He was quiet. He doesn't talk a whole lot. And it took me about 6 months. Well, what I say the other day, it took me forever to figure out if he says something, there's a reason he's saying it, because he doesn't talk very much. So when he called me the other day,
right,
and said something, and I was like, well, that's weird, But then after we hung up, it wasn't an hour later, I started seeing these videos on YouTube that he was talking about. So number one, I think it's interesting he knew what was going on YouTube before I did. That's interesting.
He often does. He does very much watch off and on, but I've given that clue too.
Interesting. Number two, make of that what you will. Number two, I thought, well, he said that for a reason then. That's what he was talking about. And so it took me forever to realize if he says something, there's a reason for it. He doesn't talk a lot like I do. 99% of what I say is inconsequential.
He actually does talk. But yeah, do carry on, and especially when it's to other females. And here's the thing with the night. You know what? No. I'm not going to make more clues to fucking circle jerk with. This is bullshit.
1% means something. If he says something, he's saying it for a reason. He's also very forgiving. It was shitty that I recorded him without his knowledge. And he asked me if I was recording him one time, and I said no. At the time, I actually wasn't. But I knew what he meant. And, I didn't tell him that I'd been recording him. Well, then he found out I was recording him. I put it on YouTube that I was. And so he called me. He's like, have you been recording me? And he was upset. It hurt his feelings because I think he trusted me, to some extent, as much as you can trust a stranger. And he didn't act like an asshole. He didn't blow off the handle. He didn't even act angry. I didn't even know he was upset. except for the subject matter obviously would make him upset, So I figured he was, but he didn't act like it. And I apologized, and, he was fine. He didn't say, he's probably still upset about it, but that's just an example of who he is. That's a big deal. And he had every opportunity in the world to be a complete asshole to me. And if he's an abusive mom.
Yeah, he's well aware that all of y'all have recorded him when you've contacted him and shit. And all this other crap. And at this point, you really think he's going to lose his shit on somebody so he can catch it on a phone call? Hey, TM, you out there anywhere? Tiffany Marie. Somebody go get Tiffany. Somebody go get Tiffany. Anybody? I know AB was here earlier. Somebody go get Tiffany Marie. I can messenger, but it's going to shut down the stream. I'm asking for a very good reason. I know. She's probably recording them.
monster. I would think, oh, did you get knocked off, Shay? Let me put the link back. But oops. But
I was wondering where she went. I was sitting here.
I know. But he had every opportunity to be a real jerk and to be justified, but he wasn't. So to me, that says a lot about who he is. You know,
he has more control than I would, because if somebody did that to me with radiation, it would not be a yard barn that would be being purchased. I mean, just straight up. I would probably be locked up for the rest of my life.
Yep, I'd be pretty upset.
Oh yeah, but the real way it goes is the cabin's dropped because I insist upon it. So I keep my children safe. So he's kept away from me, and honestly, so I could have some fucking peace, I thought, during my treatments and surgeries. But what really happened was, the cabin gets dropped, I have fucking radiation. And then in a very short time, he's doing the same shit he always says to me, right? The kids are still safe. I'm no longer safe. Right? As much as it can be. Say no doesn't matter. But then still yet, months later, his dick becomes broke, and it has nothing to do with the radiation. And I have the timestamps. I have the proof that these motherfuckers are lying. But yeah. Blame the victim. Make up some bullshit to make it look like I've done something to my fucking abuser.
I'll sit my phone down real quick and, and then I come back and it just knocked me off. Had to leave for a minute.
Okay.
And then Justice for All ended up finding Jose. So Jose had an opportunity to come on to defend himself.
I asked her, without telling her any of the details of why I needed to know. And she told me that she was quarantined at one end of her home. They lived in a trailer. She quarantined into a bedroom and used one bathroom. They would bring her meals and set them down at the door, and when they walked away, she would open the door and get those meals.
What are they talking about?
I asked her, without telling her any of the family next door, that she has openly admitted that she hates.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my first thought, and it hit me in the stomach so hard. And then I talked to a friend who had the same type of cancer and the same type of treatment that Jody Sue went through. And I asked her, without telling her any of the details of why I needed to know. And she told me that she was quarantined at one end of her home. They lived in a trailer. She quarantined into a bedroom and used one bathroom. They would bring her meal.
Doesn't break down that fast. I was just using that as an example. But I don't know if it would still be there 2 or 3 days later. But I do know you don't even have to come in contact with body fluids. But yes, body fluids like sweat, urine, saliva, respiratory, aerosol, a cough, a sneeze, any of that will carry the radiation in.
Support or anything, and showed her order of protection papers. And I commented, just simply stating that, they would not do that. In Tennessee, there is a special court strictly for child support.
Oh yeah, this was the moment I blocked squirrel from my Facebook as well because she was being a cunt, and she was like, "They don't do that because the papers actually from the order protection and all that they actually do in the state of Tennessee. You dumb bitch, like shown on the papers on my Facebook show that they can do order child support and order protection hearings here. Um, the only reason they said that I wasn't given it that day was because they didn't have a calculator in hand. It's in the fucking paperwork. If it wasn't available inside of court here for order protections, it wouldn't be on the paperwork for order protection or how you can ask for it during the filing of an order protection, like is clearly stated on the actual physical paperwork that's over on my Facebook for the world to see. That is very much official. But yes, do tell us more there, squirrel titties.
It is a special court, a special judge, I meant.
Mm.
Which, that would make it, that would not happen in a criminal court for order of protection. They may have that on the paperwork.
Bullshit.
And she mentioned Del Terry. Everyone that had been anybody that had been on the property at that point to give Candace support and help her. And
Bullshit. You know what?
I can't see her messenger. Chicken on the stick, I'm going to put you on and just say...
here's the other fake panel writer that we've already seen talk about my brother's funeral.
So I know it's you, okay? She's outside with kids and dogs.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to do this. And I was using my phone, and I didn't know how to connect, and then I unconnected like 4 times. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just glad that I'm just trying to be, I'm sorry for not just putting you up. I just wanted to be extra careful because I don't want to have to take this down because...
I understand, and, we're talking sensitive subject matters, and so, no, that's no problem. I was just...
I'm the one. It's making me upset because she's out here giving her narrative and is able to just run buck wild with it because
not a narrative.
Being wrong about everything that
and I'm not trying to make this a social issue tonight, but
I'll just say it this way then. A creator.
Okay.
9, not counting the
she had over 500 videos. And I don't know, and she brags about.
And Squall knows because she's the only.
There's truth in it. If I only hear one thing from.
I'm not saying it's a big deal. And finally, today when I heard you talking about it, Shay, and I talked to Squall, you're carrying around your time, but once it reaches a certain level, I can't say what she was and was not aware
of.
A
consent form.
Yes.
You sign a consent form saying that you do not put your bodily fluids at all. You do not use the same plates. You do not use the same cups.
Yeah. Yeah. And then he had like these red looking like blisters on his penis. Risk for damage. So with internal radiation, when you're swallowing those radiation capsules, you can't be around
Alright, so I'm back for right now. Let me see here. If I can. Let's see. Move date. Oh, yep. Here you go, Andy dear. About that. About that motherfucking shit, huh? About this, Piper. Please do tell. Please do tell. Here are your fucking goddamn receipts. Who was worried about his dick? Wasn't him. Here's your goddamn receipts, you dumb bitch. How's Sir Boner? He's okay. You okay? Better or not? I asked him. He said, yeah, better. That one side still kind of hurts. Put some of that stuff on it, is what I told him. Stuff I got him. Medicine I got him. Okay, I will. You going to Rogers? He asks. Love you. This is March. March. When do you think? Middle of September. No, end of September 2020. My radiation happened close to Halloween that year. This was March 2021. Piper, you dumb fucking cunt. Oh, and here you go, Piper. Here you go, some more messages between Andy and I. Does that look like a blister issue to you, you dumb fucking cow? Hmm? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, and look, look. Hold on, let me make sure there's nothing that can... Yeah. March. Yeah. Who you wonder was at the fucking hospital with him? Piper. Who asked him to go and made sure he was alright? Got him his meds and got him medical advice and things, Piper. There's your receipt, you dumb fucking cow. There you go. Some more of that fucking shit. It took me forever to get him to seek treatment. Oh yeah, but he went to the doctor alone, didn't he, Piper? He went and sought fucking treatment for something he thought was my fault. This abuser of mine. Here you go, Piper. Yeah. You dumb cow. Oh, here's one. Here's one for you, Piper, of his other cheating. And I was mad. If you're goddamn nasty enough to ask a stranger via text for a hand job, you'll fuck anything, including any prostitute you found on your rounds. He's like, need to know if you want tie or not, because need to call in if you do. That was his way of, don't want to talk about this. I was like, in those condoms and lube in your Jeep, you swore you found, but were amazingly in your size. And lube, the only ones he can use and not allergic to, yes. And then he tells me to stop. I was like, we didn't need or use lube at that time, so it wouldn't be something to bring home. There's your goddamn receipts, Papa, for this. So kind, gentlemen. Oh yeah, and this is when he was sending burrito emojis to the bitch next door he was fucking. Oh yeah. Yeah. There you go, Piper. Here's your some more receipts. This good guy. He was ignoring me while I was pissed and talking about real shit. Like him hitting on minor cashiers at gas stations or price lists or wherever the fuck, and going to catch some more fucking diseases. Or whatever nasty lot lizard or prostitute he could find in the parking lot. Yeah. Well, here you go, Piper. Mister, I went to the hospital myself. Be off in a few minutes. This is in March. Be off in a few minutes. Okay. We going to the hospital? Question marks what I asked him. Or are we waiting? That way I know what I need to do for the list and dinner, etc. Oh, he of great fame for treating me so kindly. He goes, need to go hospital, but don't know. Oh, yeah. He was so concerned. He took himself, didn't he, Piper? You lying ass fucking cow. I got you goddamn receipts. Yeah. He goes, love you. You okay? You know, as usual, about 12 to 1 p.m. check-ins I've been telling y'all about, like we talked about in an earlier video. So he'd go fuck next door with this nasty whore in the bathroom at the gas station. Yeah. It was like, woke up freezing. The fire was out all day, apparently. And I asked him, did you take your fluconazole and antibiotics? And he goes, about 9:30, didn't mean to. I was like, is anything any better? And he's like, kinda, maybe. Kinda. And then he goes, goddamn slammed. He meant at work. There you go, Piper. Who's concerned about who? Who's concerned about his shit in March? Way after my radiation, you stupid fucking cow. Oh, and here's this illegal gun sale shit that, you know, I guess y'all might try to bring out next, you know. Where I've been telling y'all he had a gun, his dad bought it, and I knew better, and he wasn't supposed to have one, and all that other shit. There you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I was so controlling. Are you going to your parents if you want? He calls. He says, you still at Walmart? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, well, I need to come get me a bipod. Dad got me that pew. As in, Dad bought me that gun for my upcoming birthday, knowing I should not have weapons while fantasizing about shooting the public up. Oh, this is before he deleted his profile. You see, there's a goddamn picture in his name. Try me, motherfuckers. Oh, and here's the one. My gun's broke. My gun's broke that Dad bought me. Calling Walmart now. He was like, it was the last one too, you know. And yeah. And then that car he says was his and everything to everybody else. I sent a message. It was my car's birthday. I'm so proud of myself for that. Never argued it wasn't his fucking car, right? Just like all the videos and audio and shit I have him. Oh, and here's one where he was calling me and our children and screaming at our children. This stand-up fucking guy. This stand-up guy, Piper. Here's you both sides of the story, you dumb bitch. Oh, yeah, and this is the part where he starts turning where all his money's funneling to the whore next door and probably being spent on drugs that I found out he was doing after all this broke down. Right? Here you go. He was telling the kids and them that they couldn't even eat most nights or he wouldn't get them anything or they had to go within like a $10 budget for both of them and giving our daughter food issues and everything else, Piper. Yeah, it wasn't abuse at all. He's a real nice guy. He spoke to you nice, didn't he, huh, honey? Here you go. Oh, yeah, and he supported me, but here's a message. So I can't even buy shit I'd like the kids not to have. You don't provide or would raise hell about buying anytime. And that means, even when it was my money, he would raise hell. Lose his shit when I spend it, even on food, on the stuff I wanted to buy. He ignores me again. We'll be home when I get off. Can't even stay caught up on bills now because of your shit lately. And then you ask where all of my money went. Like a genius. Then want to fucking lie and play like we're broke you or some shit when you ain't done shit till last night and it wouldn't have broke you. I ain't dumb and I can do math just fine, princess. You kept your money in your pocket while I bought everything for months. Your shit's not been adding up for months. And I kept asking about drug use. And I kept asking about this and the other. Is what, you know, it doesn't matter. That's a nice guy, Piper. Oh, and here you go. Here's some more proof, Piper, that I ain't lying about the continued abuse from sick. It's like, and you aren't going to do this shit to me while I'm sick. Not one more motherfucking time. You do this on purpose. While I'm giving birth, surgery, dying of cancer, heart problems, super bad sick days. I was like, expect Andy to whine, bitch, boo, raise hell, create stress, and make shit worse. But anyway, this is a continuation from another message. And I said, all you do admit to is weed, but that's all you can afford. So I don't know what the fuck whores or dope you're buying, but it ain't my problem. There you go, Piper. Here's that guy that wouldn't admit to shit. Here's that nice guy. Yeah, here's your fucking receipts. You put out small bullshit, Piper, huh? Yeah. Oh, and this was when he was screaming at me the night before about my rapist that y'all keep trying to troll me with. Right, those two, you might as well just go ahead and fucking interview them and get them on camera saying they didn't do it and they must be nice guys and I must be Amber fucking Heard. But the night before, he'd been screaming at me and everything else. You know, calling me a whore and shit, but using that rape he very well knew happened. Because he was around during those days, Piper. Yeah. We were talking, he goes, no business. I was like, right. And he goes, don't know what to say. And I was like, I don't know, probably anything that doesn't trigger my rape, or anything that doesn't involve calling me a whore. or that doesn't involve you screaming at me, quote, "you're fucked up junk," then blaming me for it somehow, even though I have oncologists and doctors and heart doctors blood work and labs up until right before it showed up, proving I did not have this particular other shit that he gave and got. And, yeah, there you go, Piper. There you go. There's your goddamn receipts. Huh? There's your fucking receipts. Oh, this one's famous. Here you go, Piper. I was like, that's you, not me. Seriously, when I sent to send my check, turn the ship around, but you make everything into a mess and chaos and rage. Nobody's trying to fight. Your partner wants to talk. You rain chaos down. It should not be that way. And he had said something. I'd responded, "Okay," and then that's all you had to say. He goes, "I don't cheat or beat every day, so I don't think you should bring it up every day. There's not a problem every day." I was like, "Be childish, throw it away. That's your choice. You just make life harder on yourself and everyone by being this way, acting like a kid instead of saying, okay, I get it. Maybe I need to work on stuff." There's your goddamn receipts, Piper, this nice guy. There's your nice guy. I don't cheat or beat every day. Oh, and here's one. Him telling me that I need to get back to my box. June 6th, on our son's birthday, when the supply thought he was already gone, but he wasn't. And he told me I best get my fucking ass back in when he caught me outside the box. Piper, there you go. And this is when he was supposedly, he had left earlier that day, right? But it was to fuck her. He told her he was leaving. And she had thought that's what she seen him do, because half of this took place across the street from where the fucking whore was at. So what she saw was what was actually going on. And this is on her son's birthday, by the way. Which he's notorious for doing this shit on birthdays, holidays, like most domestic violence. Like most abusers are, they make sure to ruin holidays and birthdays. He did this shit on our son's birthday. There you go. You got them receipts, Piper, you dumb cow. And what's he telling me? So you still haven't went the fuck home? If I make it there before you, you better not ever goddamn come back. And then he's calling. And then he's calling. And he wanted my car so he could go somewhere. He wanted to fuck her some more in my car, take her out and make her believe it was his. Because that's what he'd been doing. Those are the original messages from the 15th. Oh, and this is one, this lovely dude here. He was raising hell, calling me, calling, wouldn't answer him. And he's like, dude, was trying to eat and work. What the fuck is your goddamn... No, he wasn't. He was next door fucking bitch at the gas station. I was like, it's pretty goddamn shitty. I suppose I'll get a car for me after you blowing up mine on purpose and me having to sell the one before to get you out of fucking jail. Walked my ass, snow, did without, so you'd be free. You tell me you get me a car, then do me like this, which he signed for it, right? And told me originally he'd pay for it, so I'd have a reliable way to cancer treatments, this and the other. Nah, no, I ended up having to pay for it. Fucked me though with it being in his name. It was like, I pay for shit I can't drive and gets taken from me. So I couldn't get to my doctor's appointment that day. And he said he'd bring it back to me. Right? That's what he told me early in the morning. On lunch, he'd bring it home and swap out for his. But he didn't. That nice guy you talked to, Piper. He was like, keep goddamn hanging the fuck up on me. And I was like, keep question mark. He's like, you set the goddamn pace for the goddamn rest of the fucking day. This was after he'd left the house like every morning screaming and yelling at me about where his clothes were and to find this for him and why didn't I wake him up with this, but I had. And then he screams at me for waking me up when I'm supposed to. And then he still won't get up and he still won't get up. And then waking him up anyway. And then I'm just supposed to be happy when he messages and be like, hey, babe. Yeah, right. I was like, and what? You'll beat on me like always? Terrorize me more? Scream more? Big surprise? I don't care. I didn't do shit. I didn't set a pace. You just want to be a cunt and terrorize. Yell, scream, and have a bad guy and blame someone for your shit and behavior because you jerk off on it. He was like, no fucking goddamn with you just checking the fuck out when you don't want to fucking hear me. What he means by that is answer so he can scream at me, but not put it in text a whole lot by his point because it'll be proof. Because him and the fucking whore at the gas station are all at this point setting shit. There you go, Piper, that nice guy. Nice guy. There's both sides, ain't the Piper? There you go. Scotch tape, squirrel, anti-safe place. There's your nice guy. And, oh, and did you see him deny? Did you see the first thing he did here be denying hurting me, beating me, or anything I said there? No. No. He didn't even bother. You know why? Because it's the fucking truth. He didn't bother to say. Oh yeah, this was it. I'm tired and hurting and this is hell. And he goes, okay. And he called me. And I didn't hang up on him. The phone just signal dropped or something. And then he accused me of hanging up on him. But I hadn't. And it was a threat. Keep goddamn hanging up on me. Oh yeah, while he was out fucking her across the street at Walmart, you know, and all that, and hanging out there at the gas station, because that was Walmart he was going to. It really took him 2 hours to get catch out. And it still took him hours after this got home. Oh, here's a nice one. Oh yeah, I don't know what the fuck this was. Kay, remember who raised your kids and held it down? Wasn't your buddies or fam? Bye. He goes, something when I'm out, you play games. Fuck you, cunt. I was like, didn't play games. You hit me repeatedly and threatened me repeatedly. He goes, Kay, going to bed after I eat. I was like, doubt that. I was like, kids ate yet. He was like, okay, you want to call on, have me arrested? I have something for you, so. There you go, Piper. Two sides, huh? Two sides. And this is when he attacked my son, who was over 18 by that point. He was like, get bullshit. I like that now that you've hit them. You're going to start trying to use it as part of your abusive bullshit threats, though. Nice. He goes and get your goddamn ass to them, and we'll pay axes there and wood too. It's like the axe is broken, like 6 pieces of wood. He goes, who broke? And damn sure couldn't tell him the truth. So I was like, it just broke. He's like, it wasn't when I used it 2 days ago. And then he goes, you broke it or Bug broke it? And I was like, it was 2 a.m. when the piece of shit splintered. This was one of his nights that he had supposedly slept in the truck and been off somewhere. But he was with Whore at the gas station. This guy, Piper, this is your both sides of the story. Did you see him deny hitting my kid? Did you see him deny it? And then my kid beating his face in for him? No, you didn't, Piper. There's your fucking receipt. Nice guy, huh? Nice guy. Here you go, Piper. He's calling whatever me. He goes, you want paid or not? It's like, well, man who doesn't hit women and children in real life. I want you to get your goddamn shit together and some help. That's what I want. But yeah, sure. He goes, where? I was like, just ignore all voice of reason. He goes, is that a location? Seem deny hurting me or my kids. Yeah. He's real good to women and children, Piper. He's real calm with you on the phone, huh, honey? Real calm. Yeah. He is when he's lying to new supplies, too. Yeah. I mean, I've got more than you'll ever count, Piper. More than you'll ever count. More recordings, more video, more audio, more phone calls than you'll ever fucking have. Hmm. And Scotch, I heard you over there talking about how you all are always fucking wrong about the basement, wrong about this, wrong about that, wrong about, and Jody Sue just knows everything. Well, y'all fucking wrong again. Is running your goddamn mouths without fucking receipts. Yep. Go ahead. Let me see. What's the original on this? That was transfer date. That was today. Oh, yeah. Okay. More albums. Squall's still there trying to cover her ass, and she just came about videos I've deleted. And no, bitch, you stole them on my Facebook. Be honest. Be fucking honest for once. You lying gal. You might also want to be honest about that story you stole from another woman that doesn't even belong on Frank, by the way, but that you're trying to use for some reason to target him. And I can't figure out why, because the story you've taken there, that also TT took from you, doesn't belong to either of you. And it doesn't even belong to Frank. I've had enough. Tell the world why you targeting Frank, because it damn sure ain't because that story is yours. And it ain't TT's. Why are you targeting Frank? Hmm? I don't know, man. But that's something I've known all along. So who was it exactly wandering around on the camera up there behind Candace? There, Squirrel, because you know and I know. So what were you doing there? And who were you making them think you were? I'm done with you and I'm calling you the fuck out. That story, that very real crime belongs to another woman and a very, very dangerous motherfucker that we all know. And it damn well ain't Frank. So why'd you take that story over, Squirrel? And why are you targeting Frank with it? Huh? And here in a second, when I get this phone, I'll come back live and I'll show you all the fucking real dates for the cabin drop and my radiation. They do not correlate with what the fuck these people are saying, which is that the radiation happened and the cabin dropped and his dick problems started with the radiation where he was raping me and shit anyway, and it's not true. But, and then he did all this, and I can show the messages for that as well, showing that I'm the one that wanted the cabin dropped, why it was being dropped, that it happened, yeah, it was eons ago, Leo, eons ago, and I know what he actually said there and sent to her in the center. She can play how she wants to. And I can tell you that TM herself has heard this motherfucker when he's on the phone screaming at myself and my children. Treating us like shit. I'll tell you that for a fact. Y'all may not believe TM, I don't care. But others have witnessed it. Many here have watched him beat the fuck out of me. For no reason. For years. Decades. Including police. I know they are, Stephanie. I know what they're planning on doing, but you see, in Tennessee, you're entitled to the airspace above you and the soil below you, and it's trespassing when they fly those drones over property, and I hope every person that catches them flying those fucking drones calls the police on them. They think they're going to bypass the no searching and shit with those drones, and people have helped them do it. So now that we've at least established that Piper's a fucking liar and she's talking to a fucking liar, very early on, and it wasn't really her. It started with another one, another Jen, and then CSI and all the music, and anyway, it's part of what she's not saying. She's saying she's keeping it back so my bitch ass doesn't go to court with it. Bitch, I already been to court with it. Just because what she's saying is not true. And what they've done is put all this shit out. But I got the fucking receipts. I've got the fucking receipts, and y'all just seen them. And here in a minute, I will show you the cabin drop versus radiation dates. Is that it? Love Lens, I'm not defending him at all in any way as far as FL goes. I'm just saying that somebody else is taking the story that belongs to another woman that is not what FL did and putting it on FL for some reason. That particular story belongs to another woman a long time before FL any of that shit. A long time before. And that story, and that incident belonged to a dude that is not registered. That is one of the most dangerous fucking individuals I've ever met in my life. And that says something. But I'm no way taking up for FL at all. I just want to know why she is continuing to target and harass and terrorize me with these motherfuckers, blackmail, do whatever, and to try to discredit my very real domestic violence, sexual assault, etc. when she knows the story she tells isn't hers. And I've known it. She's known it from the beginning. And I want to know what she was doing up on that hill behind the sea, wandering around pretending to be somebody she's not. now they're over there talking about more shit they don't know anything about. Something about Melinda and shit. And I'll tell you, that bitch was a con too. I didn't like her much. And now she's sitting for about 6 decades in federal penitentiary for committing cons and frauds all over several states against veterans and police. She even went so far as to fake her fucking kids' deaths and hold funerals to get a hold of federal funds and life insurance policies for them. Sure did. Sure as fuck did. But yep. Didn't like her either. He is a walking STD, yes. And I kept asking for several years about shit that I'll talk about now when I feel like it. Cause shit was up since he had to finally and officially get a fucking job and get off his ass. Stuff started going sideways, money didn't add up, this and, you know, all kinds of shit was happening. And then they're over outing that the other chick has kids. I'm well aware she has kids. They act like that's gonna bother me, but that's been part of this shit, and who I've been trying to keep safe, because I know there are other kids involved. And I told you all what was going to happen and what's potentially going to happen if they continue on this path. But yes, and very well she has teenage daughter, all kinds of other shit. Very well aware of all the things. But fuck her and fucking at this point. I just don't care, but I'm still not gonna give them what the fuck they want from me. About Andy. No. Because they want it for salacious bullshit. I'm not doing it. So once again, I have to make the decision. It's a lovely night. Yep. And she's over emergency me, calling me Amber Heard. I told y'all. And then called me Holler Bunny. I've asked Holler Bunny, who does that? Call me a fucking holler, bitch. Fuck right off. What are you talking about, Penny Lane? Yeah, she's crying about what? Some imaginary shit they've made it for, like with the anti-safe place going, that's terrible what she did, new children. None of that's true, man. Never happened. Yeah. Man, y'all just seen the fucking receipts for the dick. Who took him to the doctor, who checked on him, who made sure to get him medicine, just like I told you. What I just spoke was truth, and I have the receipts to back it up. And they're telling you the opposite, that he went to the doctor, and that radiation was the problem, and, well, they're the fucking receipts. I just gave you the receipts. Here a minute, when I can access this, I'll get the fucking shit and post it for the cabin drop timeline and the radiation timeline. And as you can see, these start taking place in March. But he's been having problems since like around Christmas and shit. Kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse because he kept fucking a nasty bitch next door more and more and more and more. Even with it broke like that, which tells you how fucking gross she is. Like, he couldn't fuck without crying, but he was still doing it, you know. Still raping my ass, too. And that was just fun. Proof that, you know, or in those messages that I was telling him no, but he couldn't just lay the fuck off every time I was sick. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine, right? It's all entertainment. And that's the thing. How does this find Summer? How does this help Summer? What are they doing? What are they doing? And why do you see him doing it to me? Oh, here's a good one. Though they're not what you all couldn't see in chat, but I could. That hurts. I just ran across pictures of my papa's funeral. It's fucking. This is them the other night in chat. Anybody who knows what I called the new supply. Right. That's what they named themselves. And then what they did was they got what they think is the profile of the person, one of the two, that raped me at the same time when I was about 10 or so. And they were adults. They think they've got the right profile. They don't. But that's what they were doing. They were using that for the profile picture. One of the profiles they found. While also slamming me with pictures of my piece of shit sperm donor and all that every day. Otherwise. Shit I deal with every day in here. He talked to them a very long time ago. It's also why they won't out it and shit. And he's changed numbers a bazillion times to get the fuck away from these YouTubers. They can pretend they're still talking to and doing whatever, and he may have called them as he was watching YouTube. Because she makes mention that apparently he's watching certain vids and it's the other right. And I believe that. I know that to be true. He's found out what she was doing. We had a 5-day timeline on what she's doing tonight. And he's called her from a number he's had for her and been like, what the fuck are you doing? Did you record me? And he's probably threatened her with legal action if she releases him. But I've known for months and months and months that he talked to Jen, and then the Piper shit was going down, and she's held back, and this the other. Until they could do an extreme targeting cycle, which we expected. And Scotch is part of that, like I've been telling y'all for weeks. And he's still trying. Squirrel's pissed because she was used in the first of this by Floppy to try to blackmail us, do this and the other. Shut the fuck up about that con fundraiser. I have no need to lie about any of this shit, guys. But he also, like y'all say, he enjoys lying. And they initially got a hold of him, and the first recordings I've heard of him, they make him think there's some random bitches. And this is for the rest of the world was contacting him. So he just thought they were random bitches he was talking to behind the news supplies bag. And the texts and things very much play out like that. And they're lying to him. And he's falling for it. But, these abusers are all the same, man. They're nice guys, fake masks, do whatever. Especially the other women. News supply. I mean, it's what he's done, man. All 3 decades. It's how they live. It's how they hide. Even though mine never really tried to. Like I said, I mean, he beat the shit out of me even in public. Repeatedly. Severely. In front of not just 1 or 2 mild witnesses, but crowds of people. No joke. And I can parade 1,000 motherfuckers up here, including police, that have seen him. That have seen him drag me naked out into a driveway and have a gun in my fucking mouth. In front of a school bus full of children. But they couldn't do anything at the time because they had plans for him otherwise. But they witnessed it. He is not a good human being. He is exactly what I'm telling you all he is. And as I showed you receipts of, he very much does. And I showed you pictures there down there live. He very much does have the capability to go in and shoot up the public and everything else like he's been threatening and dreaming of and wanting to do. For months and months and months and months. And these motherfuckers are going to set him off. And I would hazard a bet from what she said in that he's not real happy that she was coming out with this shit in a 5-day span either. I bet she's gonna try to blame it on me and be like, oh, this bitch take it to court. Yeah. He is definitely a narcopath. And I'm telling you, like I've told you all from the beginning, new supply, new kids, or the public will die at his hands at some point. And I mean that, genuinely. Or we will. Depends on how pissed off and what kind of games YouTube can play. Or what all I have to say to defend my fucking self. And stop some of this shit around us. I'll take it as you will. Snoop, it ain't got nothing to do with that reward fund. It might. But think about how much more shit and how much more money they can make off further terrorization by coming down here in person for her 1 year mark. That's what they're after. Well, they're tired of looking like dumbasses from somebody's receipts. I keep fucking up their money. I did so in that fucking con ass fundraiser. I screwed up the second fundraiser. Fucked up billboard scams, both of those. It wasn't just Chase involved in that, and if y'all think so, I got news for you. It's not, and that'll eventually come out in the public domain and not by my mouth. And it already has. Other papers have actually done pieces on it already. And then I keep fucking money, and now people are catching on even if I have low numbers. It's never, people are not donating to them as much. They're not doing all kinds of things. They're losing subs, views. And they know this 1 year mark is their last big cash grab on summer. And here I am calling for people to do something that makes a bigger light for summer, instead of going to being used as props down here for one shit show that they're gonna make it, and to get shit to further terrorize and harm not just us, my children, but others in the community, other neighbors, their children. We are not the only ones. I'm just the one with the voice. Most people would have already lost their fucking shit and checked the fuck out. I have not. And I will keep getting up and riding this fucking bull to the ground and getting back up again. So, I keep showing you real receipts, and they keep pumping out bullshit to you. And it's up to you what you all want to continue to believe coming out of these rooms, out of these people's mouths. Around Summer's case. Every word out of Piper's mouth was just shown to be a lie. And I'm going to further show that with pictures. It's a cabin drop date, because I have pictures of it being pulled up there when it was, and my radiation date. And then messages between myself and I don't want down that have me telling Andy, whatever. He's very well aware. I didn't have to go off camera to find receipts or to make them up. I didn't have to go use apps. I didn't have to come back 6 days later. I could pick up another device right here in front of you and show you fucking receipts. To prove they were lying in real time as that stream was really going. That's the difference between truth and narrative and slander. That's the difference. And that's the thing, even if she came out the recordings from him, which he can, by the way, because of the state she's in versus what he's located in. It's what a lot of these creators don't get. He could very much sue the fuck out of her. But she's telling you all she's not releasing it because I'm a bitch. I'm not taking him to court. And it won't matter. He and I are going to see each other again anyway at some point over this child support shit. Because he's not paid a fucking penny. But he has taken money that does not belong to him from these children. And the new supply. Just like he stole the shit for her kids. That they're both doing fucking dope around. That he's slinging shit to fuck around. I have fucking videos, man. This shit. After everything broke down. Both of them using something. For sure. And, but all the shit he stole from my kids and myself. To where they all went. Perfumes, the dolls. All the shit. Went to the new supply and the kids that I am very well aware of. Very well aware of. And I very much do have the videos of both of them using shit. But yep. Well, see, it's the thing. They can't stand it. You won't go on their panel. She asked a couple times, I wouldn't fucking do it. I think, I don't even know she tried to talk to me on Messenger and shit. And I was like, oh man. That was eons ago. And I probably got her blocked. Honestly, at this point. Because I've not talked to her in freaking eons. At least, you know, not when she's in her regular clothing anyway. But they used another person to do all this with Andy in the beginning. Eons ago when I first spoke out. That is mentally ill, about the same as Green Eyes. And they do do that here. A lot. And the other one cried on me. She's like, I'm sorry, I didn't know what they were using me for. And then you had Piper over tonight. She really said, well, I'm not a creator. I'm a researcher. One hell of a researcher, huh, dude? Aren't they? Piper there? When it took me all 2 seconds to show every word she said to be a goddamn lie. Hell of a researcher, huh, dude? Y'all, it's public. Piper's one fucking hell of a researcher. And so's Gabble over there gasping with her little mouth and the dying fish breath shit. Because she knows she sucks too. And I only get them bitches enough damage this week as well. Dude, I didn't show them. I just showed them over here. I don't know. I stopped fucking watching or anything after I did some other shit. But I doubt it. Do you think they did with an audience of 1K plus over there? Hell no, they're not going to. Do you think those people are going to come here much? Probably not as many, because they like Jerry Springer, and they're going to go help fund that fucking shit over there. So there's 1K over there watching and supporting them right now. And it's spreading like wildfire. Lovelands, I do have paperwork waiting on several of these creators when they come here for summers 1 year. And that's a fact. That's a fact, because they already committed crimes. And it will at least keep them from getting up some other shit. The grandparents are abusive as well, loved ones. And I don't want their money, man. But he should be paying. But he and the new supply, from the very first, have been taking that earned income tax credit. Man, he didn't support these kids. Not once. And the law is that they're supposed to be in the same household as them. As you can see, they are not. And I reported this. And fuck all. But anyway. Yeah, he's been taking it every fucking month for him and the new supply and whatnot. Sure has been. Not a penny has he paid for our daughter, or otherwise. He's not paid shit, but he has taken money from them. Loved ones, those grandparents are not going to intervene. They are abusive as well, and they have been prosecuted for it several times. They were also abusive to Andy himself, and they still are. I've literally dealt with him and his two parents. The narcopath abusive shit and the gun shit and that craziness did not fall far from the tree. And I have dealt with all three of them terrorizing me since I was 11 fucking years old, y'all. 11 fucking years old. 80s sweet thing. I have to go through a bunch of shit to do any of that, but right now, because I've chosen to speak out for summer and monetize, even though it's $100 last month and $300 this month, which is banked up, by the way, it would cut me out of that, so I'm not even, like I said, any safety net we had or would have has been, it's not applicable now, because I've chosen to speak out for summer. So, like I've told y'all, we've given up everything to be able to speak. I meant that because it was the truth. I have no need to lie. But yes, I am fully disabled and shit. But till all this ends, and I couldn't fight for it, and the only end is summer being found. And like I told y'all, keep riding this fucking bull and getting back up. No, loved ones, that's not the case. He does know, and he, well, his mama is very controlling, but they don't get along unless they want to eat somebody collectively, and then they pretend like they care about one another long enough. But his parents very much support and think somehow this fucking pedophile cop, Boy Scout leader motherfucker that was caught straight out, who had porn all over the fucking police department, vices and everywhere else, grooming kids and all this other shit, especially special needs ones, somehow set up and innocent, and they suck his asshole, even gave him a brand new car, let him use the fucking internet online. It's just the type of people they are, man. Hired him one of the best attorneys in town, but wouldn't even go to court for Andy on fucking weed charge, man. No, his parents are pieces of shit, just like he's a piece of shit. Trust me. But the church face works well. Man, they've watched him drag me up down halls, try to rape me. They've watched him beat me. They've watched him over and over and over again. Don't matter. They get off on it, too. And then even feasible, and I'm not going to do any of that. I don't give a fuck about them or money. I don't give a fuck about any of them. I just want him to fucking pay what he owes for the fucking past year for his daughter. And to continue to pay her fucking child support. And to leave everybody the fuck alone. That's it. She doesn't want contact. I don't want contact. My son doesn't want contact. But there have been times that because of what YouTube and online, social media, and because of what all of us live beside of that we didn't choose. I think the Xbox remote is losing its mind over here. My eldest came in and asked me what was wrong, and I told him what was wrong. He got a little upset. Left the Xbox remote behind. They did, Snoopy. They did. My daughter went to court and voiced her wishes. And he couldn't even get her birth date or her age right either when he did this whenever she wants to, and after she's 18, or trying to make herself look like the victim like he always does. But I got the goddamn receipts. He is no victim. He is the perpetrator. And now he and the fucking new supply, because she is a little whatever fucking both fucking users are just match made in hell. But yeah, I'm a bad mom, right? That one's at their fucking motherfuckers in goddamn bathrooms while people's got cancer and shit. Know she's gross, has kids out there fucking using and fucking doing dope and shit. But yeah, whatever. Car sits in a goddamn car and shit. Give me a fucking break, dude. But yet the truth remains. This fucking giant piece of walking shit was still on camera all day. And I know he didn't have shit to do with it. Which I know they'll try to turn tonight into, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, he did a whole lot of shit I found out about that was fucking foul as fuck. And I worry and wonder about every day. And that I didn't know fully about until after. And, you know, it's just fucked up, man. It's all fucked up. But it didn't have nothing to do with summer vanishing. I have seen the voices behind this shit, yes. What else maybe you can see by the views? 1,000 would rather go over and hear shit about me than see the truth and fucking real receipts that I really fucking have. And really showed you all. Proved every fucking word they're saying is a goddamn lie. And here in a minute, I'll put fucking cabin drop versus radiation date up so we can take care of that and put a pin in it as well. But it's on that phone, and if I do that, it'll shut it down. Thank you, Carol. Yeah. Now, it's unfortunately, it's fucking shit. And it's fucking the neighbor next door to his job. That there happens to be a fucking fire department in between. There's cameras too. He was on fucking camera. Had GPS. 2 cell phones, GPS, and my fucking car, dude. Dude was lit up like the 4th of July. Hell, even I have his GPS whereabouts that day. So I know damn good well the feds do. Yeah. Yeah, Blister, dude, the one, kept being calls because he was trying to use condoms or something. And he can't really anyway, but there's one particular brand he can, but he was trying to use them over his already broke dick that he kept breaking down and kept getting worse because she was so fucking nasty, dude. Even the doctors couldn't explain it. Damn sure didn't have nothing to do with my radiation. And it happened after. Far after. But he was absolutely sexually assaulting me during the period and shit. And he wasn't trying. They're like, oh, well, she was running him to drop the cabin. I said, dude, I couldn't keep him the fuck up out of that cabin for like a few days. And then he wanted to come his ass down there and I said, because he didn't want to have anything to do with kissing. So fuck it. But he stayed on one side and whatever else. But my radiation had nothing to do with that. Just like I showed y'all receipts for. Showed you fucking receipts. My radiation had nothing to do with his dick. And there were 2 separate things going on with it, other than a bunch of other shit he already had wrong with it. And she was just that nasty. And that blister kept rubbing because of the way his dick was broke with that condom. And him trying to use them at least, because he knew what was happening. It was rubbing that spot wrong. When the blister was rubbed off because he kept trying to fuck with it. Plus, he was coming home and sexually assaulting me. So there you go. That's it. And then on top of that, I mean, there was a sex life there. Hell, it was the only decent thing. It wasn't after the shit was broke, but, you know, it's only affection you get when you're in a DV fucking situation, I guess. But it definitely sucked after he broke his own shit. Screwing some shit that he shouldn't have been. For the 14 at the time, you know. But, yeah. There you go. Circuses. All colliding in the perfect fucking storm. And not a goddamn bit of it has to do with Summer or how she disappeared. No, they're trying to say my radiation is what caused his dick to be broken. That's what he's blaming. That's what they're saying. It's all fucking bullshit. And half of what they're putting together tonight is by my own words out of videos and shit. And private ones squirrel is stolen. It's not actually what Andy said, which is why I'm being very cautious about how I come back flying out of the fucking wall about this. Because I do know what has been said. I've had what dipshit over there has had for a while. But she's lying about why she's not releasing this and the other. And anyway, what they're doing is trying to twist my own shit, plus what they actually did manage to get him to talk about, which is an abuser who obviously wants to be this good guy, right? And so they're mishmashing a whole bunch of shit together, and then you have Squirrel over going, and Scotch Tape going, well, the videos are, you know, ones she deleted. No, we've been over this. I have not, and nor have I ever deleted any videos. She was on my Facebook and stole them. We've been over this for almost a year now. They're still there. They were just never public to begin with because they were private fucking videos, dude. But she's wanting to make sure that she keeps saying it, keeps saying it, keeps saying it, and it doesn't make it true. I've not deleted videos. She don't want to admit that she was doing exactly what I'm telling you all she was doing, which was working for this fucking camp, put on my Facebook by 110 in this camp. She was also conning and lying to 110 about who the fuck she was and everything else too. And they have been used and used and used and used to try to blackmail and push narratives and everything else. I'm telling you, there's one of us telling fucking truth around here, and it ain't that goddamn camp. And they're trying to silence people around summer. Ask yourselves why. It didn't take me 4 days, 3 friends. You didn't see me have to contact somebody to send me this, or well, let me message that, or well, let me, hold on, so-and-so's in a Discord group, let me get this real quick. Well, hold on, let me see if I can email. I picked up a goddamn device immediately and was able to show you that every fucking word that Piper's saying is a goddamn word. While she was still on it. So, what does that tell you? And yeah, they are. They're trying to get shit out of me about Andy, and I'm not doing it. And what I've said tonight's no more than I've said before. They just didn't pay attention. But they're wanting something very specific from me, and I'm not budging. And it's not that I'm protecting him. It's that it's none of their fucking business, and they're not going to push me and trigger me into saying something. They're not. They're not going to trigger me into that shit. Oh yeah, Dolly Bear, I know. That's the blackmail this week. That's what I told Joe was happening. I'm sure Cornbread Mafia, yeah. Y'all remember that moment on Floppy Britch's page when he also lied to Andy and he thought Andy couldn't see him or wasn't watching, and Andy popped up and called him and said, dude, those aren't our charges, they're mine. You remember that? That she took them for me? Yeah. Tell Cornbread Mafia. Y'all give me a break. Yeah, well, loved ones, you see the shit they're putting out tonight about my kids, too. Like I was planning on hurting them with my cancer radiation and all this other shit. That's the grossest shit. I mean, what kind of human beings do that? They hate human beings. They're not human beings. These are monsters. These are monsters. Mike, you okay over, buddy? Mike's gonna need some better something. Because Mike's having a meltdown about this litter. I changed the litter. Because of multiple cats, right? I don't think Mike's into the new litter. Yeah, I do, Vicky. It's entertainment only, right? By a researcher. Did you hear that shit? She really had the fucking balls to call herself a researcher. She doesn't put out pieces all often. Piper there. Because she's a researcher. Well, boy, I'll tell you what. I just showed every word out of her mouth to be a goddamn mom in minutes. Tell of research she did. But Squirrel, remember, she hears these stories from the community. Wasn't that what she said, y'all? But somehow a community member was with him and somewhere with his dick. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Right? Does that make sense to you? Hell no, it don't. Hell no, it don't. You can listen to what they're saying. Think for yourselves. You know what? Who's pissed off? There's something else. Y'all, I was on mute for a second. I was listening to something. Um, yeah, just tired. Just really fucking tired tonight. And y'all have blocked anybody from messaging me, but somehow it still keeps happening. And if some of you wonder why you can no longer reach me, that's why, because we've cut off those lines of contact as well. Apparently, I'm not guilty of anything. I'm not guilty of a damn thing. And there's no motive, man. There's no motive. There's no fucking anything, dude. None. They've tried every wonky ass fucking way this week and last week. And I've never, hold on.
Mm-hmm. I think there is a possibility Summer could be a lie.
Alright, guys, sorry, I was listening to something. No, it's not. It's great. One of those nights. Anyway, Charlotte, are you serious? Oh, Lord. I hate to tell her. That's just wasting their time, and they know better. I know better. I cannot believe some crazy person online. It's like, yeah, I can. I can. I've seen hers. I seen some lady with Down syndrome too a while back saying similar psychics, and I've seen them say crazy shit, and people waste TBI FPS time with that shit too. Um, it's goofy as hell. And it's all doing nothing, wasting summer's time. You know. I was being facetious and goofy, Charlotte. I wasn't talking about you. Joking. Saying, like, are you kidding me, you know? You know what I mean? I didn't think you were truly joking. I've seen crazier on here. Oh, yeah. That sounds about right lately, Charlotte. For sure. Some of the nutters are definitely being triggered by what these assholes are doing with their targeting cycle in the past couple weeks. And they're coming out of the woodwork everywhere. And this is the type of crazy we now have to be concerned about more than we were ever before. Because as they increase this, the danger to us increases. And it will. And the more they put bullshit out there, it's a thing, it's lifelong for us. It'll never really end. Even after summer's found. Because people believe Bermuda Triangle bullshit, Pizzagate bullshit. Some nutcase can come across all this online and target us. So. What goes wrong with these people, man? I don't know. Cannot imagine being such a piece of shit. These people are wild. They're not people, dude. No, but you know, the thing is, as you can see by the receipts I put up earlier as proof that everything they were saying was a fucking lie. I've dealt with one of these. It's far worse than they ever will be. And I've survived. And I'll survive them. Charlotte, I do sometimes get sunlight when I can safely go outside. But it doesn't matter because I'm either internally bleeding or the new cancer is kicking in and it's affecting me. And I literally am so anemic I should be dead. And it's one of the very many reasons right now I should be dead instead of alive every day and am at risk of dying every day. And I am having blood infusions and shit. But yes, I'm aware I'm pale. I am generally not pale. Holy shit. And I'll tell you tonight, what gets me is earlier I was watching motherfuckers come out swinging to defend themselves against, like, drug use and this and blah, 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 right? And the thing is, I do not believe the piece where everybody's trying to say, oh, look, they were bent over doing this and the other. Even though that's in defense of people who have absolutely directed stalking, harassing, and videotaping my children and I that went further and ended up being death threats and threats to harm, and people calling for all kinds of services to be called on them. Man, don't do that. Y'all need to start leaving the fucking kids out of all this shit. This is ludicrous, but watching them at least wouldn't be like how nailed, and man, but watching others tonight, because there's 3 or 4 others under attack for drug use tendency. I don't know what the hell the thing is this week. It's just more salacious Jerry Springer shit so they can build audiences and drama and super chats, right? But watching half of them be fucked up on the panels or lives that they were doing at the time, being like, "Nuh-uh, not fucked up." And then watching half the people calling them the fuck out and saying that they themselves are dopeheads, that those people are dopeheads, are literally sniff snorting and shit behind the fucking icons and cameras. It's some of the wildest shit I've ever seen. And these are all the same camp of motherfuckers have been lying about my kid. And make no mistake, like CC and shit. Man, they heralded in this push with Scotch tape to do what's being done to us too. But CC, they've been long responsible for some of the shit that's been done to the kids and I. And, yeah. But, anyway, yeah. Some of the first stalkers, terrorizers around us and shit that were witnessed. Not just myself, but others. Yeah. And then this recent shit about my son that they put out and all this to start in all this shit. But I'm telling y'all, like, do leave their kids alone. Leave their kids out of this shit, man. Leave their kids out of it. No more of these kids or anybody need to suffer or be traumatized anymore. These kids are not their parents. These kids are not on YouTube. These kids don't deserve what's happening to them. Please, leave CNC's kids alone. Leave Bones' kids alone. Leave AB's. Leave TM's. Leave everybody's fucking kids alone, man. Leave them alone. Because I've seen that shit being called for today for their kids to be hurt and terrorized and done the same way. It's like, man, if you mute out or you have a kid talk or one of them does it, I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So, yeah, y'all leave all these people's kids alone and don't let other creators talk you into targeting other people's children around here. These kids, man. None of these kids did anything to anyone. Please leave them all be. No matter what you think these creators are doing in their spare time, this and the other. Okay? Kitty, I don't know that name, I don't think. But these children and their lives, they're not YouTube games, man. And if you all, or anybody, and I'm not saying my chat directly, but others, man, if you listen to these creators and they talk you into playing games, dude, what they're doing is they're having you overwhelm services that could very well save real children in real need like Summer. Please don't bog down those systems with nonsense calls so another Summer happens. Please. Don't traumatize any more kids for YouTube games. But I know there's a hard push today to terrorize commonalities, y'all. Please don't do that. Please don't terrorize their children. Or any of the other creators, because I heard the pushback about calling them ABs and TMs and all this shit. Y'all just leave these fucking kids alone. Just leave them alone. Um, the only child that any of this should be about is Summer. Fact. Um, Kitty, I don't really know that name. I don't think. It's been a rough day. But as of right now, it's not really ringing any bells. Who truth hurts? I took his ass to the ER, and then I paid for him to go to others, and I had to beg him to do so. I showed the receipts earlier where it clearly shows all of that. And that I was the one getting him his medicine, that I was the one making sure every day. And I have a shit ton more during that period to show every day. I was like, if you use your medicine, did you do this? Did you do that? How's everything feeling? Are you okay? Do I need to, will you go to the hospital? Will you go to the doctor? And I went with him every time. I already showed those receipts. I showed enough receipts to show every word falling out of Piper, Scott, Jay, and Squirrel's mouth to be a fucking lie. And here shortly, I'll come back after this live's done with the cabin drop dates. That way, those are there too. And the radiation date. That way, it puts all the rest of the receipts in order. But I already kind of did that considering the dates on the other messages. Shows that it was not related to my radiation either. But I'm going to put those up as extras so they can also shut their fucking mouth about the cabin upgrade and that it proves the entire narrative they're pushing tonight to be a lie. The cabin was dropped. It was dropped because I wanted it. It was dropped before radiation. And I have all kinds of pictures and videos and everything else of the kids being kept out of the cabin for the exact reason that I wanted them kept safe. Papers I signed only said like a week or some shit, but after my own research, which I probably have screenshots of prior to the radiation and everything else if I looked. I know I do. It showed exactly how many half-lives it took, which was far longer than what radio oncology suggested, but I wanted at least 3 months to make sure I didn't, you know, bother my daughter or otherwise. And I have videos and pictures and posts and private posts on my Facebook that show, like, I'm upset because my children and I were separated during that time. They'd come say hi, they'd talk to me outside of the cabin, we'd yell. They would, because at that time I still couldn't talk real well. But then as time went on, my daughter would sit outside the cabin in the field. And she would do like needlepoint while I did needlepoint inside, or all kinds of different crafts. But we'd sit there, she'd talk to me. Because we were away from each other for so long. But it was as close as we could get. At my best, because I wanted to make sure they were safe. But yeah, you see what these bitches are saying and doing tonight. Right? Never. Oh, the fucking monsters, y'all. The monsters. Good night, Conway. Thank you, much and peace. I would call them liars, Leo. Psychopaths, narcopaths, people feeding on other human beings and trying to push them to the brink until they have another toe tag to add to their lists this month. And like Sarah said, they were just proven in real time to be fucking liars. Every fucking one of them on that fucking panel. I know, Stephanie, but problem is some shit needs to be put out. I'm having a serious deja vu moment, man. I don't like it. It's been a very long day. Thank you, Jackie. Yes. Oh, it's a puppy with a heart. Okay, the puppy with a heart makes me feel a little bad. At least I think that's a puppy. A fox, maybe? Either way, it's cute. I like it. Same, Della. I don't understand. I don't understand either. I don't understand how our circus collide. I mean, we have our own circuses, but I understand what our shit has to do with, right? Our sex life or his broke dick or restraining any of that has anything to do with summer. It doesn't. All they're doing right now is trying to get shit from me and also targeting me. I keep fucking with their money. Scott's still pissed because last year, that's why he's built up the same bitches he's on panel with right now. To do his dirty work. So he'd have other places to hop around and yell fire. They're trash, y'all. They're trash. Okay. That one looks like it could eat people, and I also approve. Doohickey. I approve greatly. For real. That is the mood doohickey for sure. It breaks my heart too, Stephanie. Because I don't want to be part of this drama shit, man. I don't want to be how Summer's lost further. But I'll be damned if these motherfuckers are gonna silence me so there's no light left out here or truth for Summer. And only them out here to drive narratives. I'm not gonna do it, and they're not gonna make me. I will sit here and starve and die and be trapped in a fucking box. I already somehow missed something on the 15th or otherwise. She's gone. I don't know how. And I what if the fuck out of myself every goddamn day. And I will until the end of my days. Even after she's found. Because I'm positive she will be, and I know these feds are working it, and I know they will find her and they will fucking met out justice for her. I have absolute and firm belief in that. I don't want to be part of the darkness that shadows and overcasts to where she can't be found. But somebody has to fucking be here. So they just can't continue. And so the next cases and the next people and the next neighbors and the next witnesses and the next lives aren't hidden in darkness. Some never found. Some never solved because of the same group, man. It can't be allowed. It can't be. And somebody's got to be here. Because if there's some truth here, and just a few, handful listen, then that means it's a few and just a handful. At least it's a few and a handful that aren't listening to all the narratives and lies and shit, making false calls and wasting Summer's time. If there's one person and there's some truth that keeps saying that all this bullshit, it's not necessary. Then there's light. And that light can help find something. These people suck. They suck. Imagine peace, yes. I have faith in the feds and surrounding law enforcement. I absolutely do. What the fuck is that, dude? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay, it's not showing up for me. Anyway. I can't find it. Not coming. I don't know. I think the rest of them should probably. Oh. Oh. I see. Never mind. That's why I can't. Oh, the troll. Okay. I was like, wait. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, that one did come up for me. Hold on. Damn it. Sorry, y'all. Appreciate it, Leo, man. Yeah, be safe. And there was a part here, y'all, that I heard today, and this is on just the receipts, right? Let me see if I can get it to play. Oh, no, okay.
No, what do you say? Like, Jesus. She is petrified. This child that is shady. That's just wrong. It's not. She's gonna be like the next Shani from Grace. I swear to God. For people to think. Yeah. Like, I'm not ever going to. There you go. Roll on my friend or throw her under any bus or feed her to the wolves. Just the receipts. Just the receipts. But I will tell you this.
Oh, Jesus help. Is this gonna
all the naysayers, the doubters, I really don't care. But I have videos on my phone of Robin's daughter sitting in the car crying, and she doesn't know, what do you say? Like, she is petrified. This child has been traumatized by people showing up at her house, calling her phone, leaving her voicemails, going to her job. I mean, they almost had to shut the school down, for God's sakes, because the school, Robin's, daughter's full name, all of that stuff was put all over YouTube. I mean, if people don't understand why it's not okay to do that shit, and Robin not knowing who to trust, I can't really advise her on who to trust, but Robin has done everything that she could think of to do to help not just Summer, but the whole. That is shady. That's just wrong. It's not okay to do. Yeah. And for people to think, like, I'm not ever going to roll on my friend or throw her under any bus or feed her to the wolves. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do it. But I will tell you this. For the people, the naysayers, the doubters, I really don't care. But I have videos on my phone, have been so enmeshed in this case that they start to feel that they know people. They start to feel, you feel like some of these characters in the story when they're really actual people that you don't know. And to say that no one helped Summer and no one tried to help Summer is really, I can see why someone may think that because of the overall, what seemed to be neglect. But again, I didn't live with them. I don't know what was happening. We can only imagine. But we cannot assume that they weren't. Come out. I'm sorry. No, that's okay. Delay. She's not going to come out. Had people respected that? Okay, there's a couple of videos that she sent to me that I watched, and it's obvious that they've been edited. Like, it's so obvious that her answers to questions were. I mean, you can tell that there's like a, what do you call it, a splicer? There's like a cut. There's like two sentences that are put together, and you can't even hear the question that was asked. You know what I mean? Like, editing like that is shady. That's just wrong. It's not okay to do. Yeah. And for people to think, like, I'm not ever going to roll on my friend or throw her under any bus or feed her to the wolves. I'm not going to do it. I refuse to do it. But I will tell you this. For the people, the naysayers, the doubters, I really don't care. Just saw you type some fuckery there that said something about, did Robin protect Summer? Why do you somewhere close by spying on them just to turn around and put it on freaking YouTube or the news or whatever else? You know what? Step the world, go where you want to go, do what you want to do. Nobody.
There's a particular piece I'm looking for here, guys.
Can stop these people from going down there. Nobody can stop people. All of you want to know why Robin won't talk, why she won't show her face, why she won't have anything to do with anybody. That's why. It's because of the behaviors of those few. So now we've got how many people that are going to go down there? They have maybe a couple play dates outside of church, they go back to church. Like, this is their life and their schedule. They're friends. They love each other. And then her best friend is missing, is gone. and all the police show up, and all the fire trucks show up, and all the ambulances show up, and the news people, and then you see your mommy all.
Which I don't understand because the fire trucks and so it didn't show up to Robin's residence. But okay, but here.
all over the news. And a little bit of time goes by, and now you got all these strange people just showing up to your house, banging on your door, showing up to your church, coming in and sitting next to you, putting your face all over the internet. Robin's not going to let her daughter be affected by any more YouTubers. Robin will never trust another YouTuber as long as she is alive. No one in that town who's close to Robin, no one in that town who have a relationship with Summer, nobody from that church, nobody is going to trust another YouTuber for the remainder of their days. You can take Molly Delightly, you can take Blowjob Betty, or Glowmorn Betty, whatever her name is, you can think Jonathan, what's his name, you can think all of the people, you can think Chris McDonough, all of the people that have been down there and that have put people's words all over YouTube. They've edited the shit out of what they've said. They've shown up at Robin's house. Go fuck yourselves for that shit. All of you want to know why Robin won't talk, why she won't show her face, why she won't have anything to do with anybody. That's why. It's because of the behaviors of those few. So now we've got how many people that are going to go down there to do these like pretend vigils, right?
Pretend vigils, because we all know what they are.
I don't know if Robin or Tim put on the family's website that, would be announced, but I know that what Robin is planning will not be put out to the public. And that's why. Because nobody has a right. Listen, U.S., free country, free world, go where you want to go, do what you want to do. Nobody can stop these people from going down there. Nobody can stop people from going to Warriors Park. Nobody can stop people from pulling in the church parking lot. Nobody can stop people from driving down the road where Robin lives. Nobody can stop people from going to Ben Hill Road. That's your prerogative. But what should not happen is these people who love Summer because they knew Summer, because they know Summer, because they know Summer's family, because they've cared for her, should be allowed to have their own, they should be allowed to have their own gathering and do what they want to do to honor and remember that day or Summer or whatever the hell that they want to do. They have the right to get together as a group and do whatever the fuck they want to do and not have to worry about that being exploited. They should not have to worry about somebody with a camera or a cell.
But we do. And I know what I would like to do. But can't. And won't be able to because of the fuckery that they're going to bring with them with this fucking circus.
Phone or recording device or a goddamn spy pen sitting somewhere close by, spying on them, just to turn around and put it on freaking YouTube or the news or whatever else. You know what, Skyzy, go fuck yourself because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. And this is what I'm tired of this shit. Do you know that nobody down there protected Summer? Do you know for a fact that nobody called Children's Services? Do you know that nobody went to Children's Services? Do you know? No, you don't. So shut your mouth. So shut up. Take that shit somewhere else and shut up because you don't know. You know what these fucking YouTubers have told you. You do not know. You have no idea what Robin has done or not done for any child. You don't know.
Paloma, just your mic is crackling just a little bit. Just wanted to say.
Sorry.
So no, that's okay. So if you're using earbuds, just try to move like the strings away from your body. Sometimes that causes that. But why crime is saying that
I hope you show up. I'll be there. It's a rudeness, and then they wonder why.
Yeah.
Why Crime thinks that she may be getting, or he may be confused with someone else. I looked at her channel and I saw one video that was from Enchanted Life Path that she had shared that does have Robin in it, but that's all I saw unless it was taken down.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I know that there were some that were on there that are not on there now.
Okay.
And I did for a second get confused. That's why I said earlier.
Okay.
But I apologize. It was common sense or some crap like that. It's something that's common sense, which there's not much in this video.
Yeah, common sense.
We got another person. Yeah, we got another one with a platform running around. You know.
Right.
Sketchy, go somewhere else. You don't know what you're talking about. You're sitting there, you're bumping your gums like you know something. You don't. You don't know anything, and you're putting it out just like normal. Everybody in this chat just saw you type some fuckery there that said something about, did Robin protect Summer? Why do you think Summer hanged on Robin? Why do you think she sat with her at church? Why do you think she played with her hair? I mean, go do what you're gonna do. But I will be there with Robin, and I fucking dare somebody. I dare. You want to take it as a threat? You take it as a threat. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm telling you, Robin and the family have the right. Laugh it up, Joker. I got jokes too for days.
That's the thing. I think a lot of channels, a lot of people on YouTube have been so enmeshed in this case that they start to feel that they know people. They start to feel, you feel like some of these characters in the story when they're really actual people that you don't know. And to say that no one helped Summer, no one tried to help Summer is really, I can see why someone may think that because of the overall, what seemed to be neglect. But again,
true. I have had people offer to pay me for Robin's number. I wouldn't sell her number for any freaking put all over YouTube without any warning, without any questioning, with nothing. So here we have Robin, who has a daughter, beautiful, intelligent, why crime. Like they're hunters, they're wave of crap. And, there's no reason for it. There's absolutely no reason for all of it. So, like, why crime is one of them. I'm just going to call her out. Why crime is one of them.
Yeah, I seen that. Why crime. I think they got you mixed up. The other ones, what they said, common crime or why common sense or something. And I apologize. I don't mean to play that or give the wrong impression, y'all. Because even this person says they got why crime mixed up with another one. So let's make that clear.
It makes, she's got crap on her channel about Robin and about the church. Why crime? Why are you going after Robin in the church? I don't understand it. You don't know her. Let me tell you something.
And I think you had said in chat that you did have some material, but you removed it, but it wasn't you that were talking about it. It was a common crime or common sense somehow.
I'm going to tell all of you something. What's infuriating is that you can't see the damage that's been done to people that knew Summer, that loved Summer. Okay? I'm sorry that you're not capable of seeing that YouTubers have done nothing but go down there and start shit. They've done nothing but go down there and trace and track like they're hunters. They've done nothing but create drama, chaos, hectic, whatever. They have destroyed people's lives down there. You know what I mean? I'm sorry that you can't see that Robin has a daughter that's the same age, close to the same age as Summer. That was Summer's best friend. I want you to hear me, why crime, because some of the stuff that I've seen, I want to explain to you like this. If you have a very young little girl that goes to church and has like their church best friend, right? Even outside of church, they hang out together, they play. I'm sorry. Not why crime. The newest one is common sense, something or other, common sense crime.
Oh,
White crimes are old. Well, white crime has them on there. Trust me, they're on there, but they're not the newest ones that have come out. But I mean, all of them are disgusting, and they all make me want to throw freaking punches because
amen to that.
People are coming after Robin because she won't talk, she won't speak out, she won't do interviews, she won't acknowledge people. Okay, here's why she won't. Because the one time somebody showed up down there,
listen closely,
and claimed to be law enforcement, not retired law enforcement, not former law enforcement. They claimed to be, they led people to believe that they were actively involved in helping with the search and the case and whatnot. There was not like a planned interview for Robin to show up and sit down and have a conversation, but that happened. And then it was freaking put all over YouTube without any warning, without any.
Does that sound familiar to y'all? What I've been telling you since last year, that these sons of bitches operate, and at the very first Summers case had people on the ground pretending to be law enforcement, federal agents, card team members, and that I turned them in for it. They were siphoning up tips, leads, that they pretend to be law enforcement with credentials to get close to us. They call pretending to be services law enforcement. They get a hold of our family members they try to talk to. You have no fucking clue. I am not the only one this has been done to. And it is these YouTubers responsible for it. They're the ones doing it. And have done it. And you can't even send your fucking kids to school, man, safely because somebody, and they literally are like, yeah, we're going to show up with credentials to show who we are, and they sit there and have at places with others and shown themselves, and been like, you know, I'll have this on me at this place or whatever, and you'll be able to see the badge or the whatever, and then you can see them on some other YouTube channel at prayer vigil or whatever to make it look authentic, all kinds of other shit, dude. You can't even trust when the real officials show up. Because you don't fucking know if they're cops or real fucking not. If it wasn't for the same FBI agents that I met prior to any of this bullshit, in the first days, that they have enough sense to send them, you know, like, to where I recognize faces. Like Pruitt's or Summers head guy, you know. I wouldn't trust him enough to speak to him. That's how fucking bad it is. Afraid somebody walks into the school and takes off with your fucking kid because they've pretended they're fucking services or police, or that they draw out one of your kids, making them think it's safe because they have some sort of credentials and shit. They call pretending they are doctors and they're this and they're that. And this shit was happening before anybody spoke online. They do indeed hunt us like animals. From the very night the alerts go out for these children and victims. But where does it? We're going to listen to this again. Okay.
Questioning with nothing. So here we have Robin Y crime. The newest one is common sense something or other, common sense crime.
Oh, okay.
White crimes are old. Well, white crime has them on there. Trust me, they're on there, but they're not the newest ones that have come out. But I mean, all of them are disgusting, and they all make me want to throw freaking punches because people are coming after Robin because she won't talk, she won't speak out, she won't do interviews, she won't acknowledge people. Okay. Here's why she won't. Because the one time somebody showed up down there and claimed to be law enforcement, not retired law enforcement, not former law enforcement. They claimed to be, they led people to believe that they were actively involved in helping with the search and the case and whatnot. There was not like a planned interview for Robin to show up and sit down and have a conversation, but that happened. And then it was freaking put all over YouTube without any warning, without any questioning, with nothing. So here we have Robin, who has a daughter, beautiful, intelligent, wonderful little girl, close to the same age as Summer. They were like really good friends. They were BFF. Everybody saw the videos in church of Summer clinging to Robin. It doesn't take a psychic or a genius to put together why would Summer hang on Robin, who is a wonderful mother, who loves children, soft-hearted, as kind as the snow is white. And so when Robin's face is all over the news and all over the YouTubes, people start showing up at her house. They start paying other people for her phone number. I know that to be true. I have had people offer to pay me for Robin's number. I wouldn't sell her number for any amount of money in the world. But her daughter has been so traumatized. Her daughter's best friend came up missing. Take everything that you think that you know about Summer Wells' case and put it in perspective of a child. This little girl goes to church, sees her best friend, they play. They have maybe a couple play dates outside of church, they go back to church. Like, this is their life and their schedule. They're friends. They love each other. And then her best friend is missing, is gone. And all the police show up, and all the fire trucks show up, and all the ambulances show up, and the news people. And then you see your mommy all over the news. And a little bit of time goes by, and now you got all these strange people just showing up to your house, banging on your door, showing up to your church, coming in and sitting next to you, putting your face all over the internet. Robin's not going to let her daughter be affected by any more YouTubers. Robin will never trust another YouTuber as long as she is alive. No one in that town who's close to Robin, no one in that town who has a relationship with Summer, nobody from that church, nobody is going to trust another YouTuber for the remainder of their days. You can take Molly Delightly, you can take Blowjob Betty, or Glowmore Betty, whatever her name is. You can think Jonathan, what's his name? You can think all of the people, you can think Chris McDonough, all of the people that have been down there and that have put people's words all over YouTube. They've edited the shit out of what they've said. They've shown up at Robin's house. Go fuck yourselves for that shit. All of you want to know why Robin won't talk, why she won't show her face, why she won't have anything to do with anybody. That's why. It's because of the behaviors of those few. So now we've got how many people that are going to go down there to do these like pretend vigils, right? I don't know if Robin or Tim put on the family's website that would be announced, but I know that what Robin is planning will not be put out to the public, and that's why, because nobody has a right. Listen, U.S. free country, free world, go where you want to go, do what you want to do. Nobody can stop these people from going down there. Nobody can stop people from going to Warriors Park. Nobody can stop people from pulling in the church parking lot. Nobody can stop people.
You can't stop them from flying those drones and shit over your property. It's trespassing.
People from driving down the road where Robin lives. Nobody can stop people from going to Ben Hill Road. That's your prerogative. But what should not happen is these people who love Summer because they knew Summer, because they know Summer, because they know Summer's family, because they've cared for her, should be allowed to have their own, they should be allowed to have their own gathering and do what they want to do to honor and remember that day or summer or whatever the hell that they want to do. They have the right to get together as a group and do whatever the fuck they want to do and not have to worry about that being exploited. They should not have to worry about somebody with a camera or a cell phone or a recording device or a goddamn spy pen sitting somewhere close by, spying on them just to turn around and put it on freaking YouTube or the news or whatever else.
And we already can't do that. Not even if we tried to do it earlier, even 2 weeks ago, because they're already down here. And if they get pictures of one of us going anywhere doing anything, they're gonna make it into shit. But it's not like they're gonna swear up and down it's some sort of something nefarious or
You know what, Skyzy, go fuck yourself because you don't know. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now. And this is what I'm tired of this shit. Do you know that nobody down there protected Summer?
man. So that's what I was wanting to play. Sounds familiar, don't it? Fake cops, fake feds. Sounds familiar, huh? But Jody Sue must be lying. Guess everybody else is too, huh? Who do you think did that? Oh yeah, that was P-Fizz and Kelly Fustos and Linda and Scotch Tape. And at one point, Chris McDonough was in the mix too as well, because it wasn't just fake profiles that P-Fizz was making for him in the Discord. He really did at one point join. There were also others involved in that shit, and I don't know that I'm comfortable saying out loud how all the strings connect, but I'm telling you. Chase was also involved. So was CNN with stalkers and others and people supposedly come by here that were off duty or undercover and all this other shit. It all ties in. None of these people are innocent in what's been done to us. And when I say us, I don't mean just myself and my children. I mean other community members, other children, other neighbors, other witnesses. We're not alone. I'm just a voice and a face. And we've been speaking truth. We've all been speaking truth, and they've all tried to drown us out by any means necessary, as you can see tonight, as you can see every day, really. And I know it gets old and redundant, and they try to make that a thing, like Jody Sue's like boo-hoo when she's the victim. No, I'm just trying to help these people, you people, understand that this is real. And not always by saying us do I mean just myself and my children. We are not alone in this. We're just the most visible sometimes. Unfortunately, but I can't blame the others. And I don't. I didn't know any of this shit would come. But I knew there'd be something, like bullshit, right? But I knew that bullshit was what I was built for, as far as taking it and being able to continue to take it and continuing to take it and continuing to take abuse and whatever was levied at me. And trying to be a voice of fucking reason, you know. Doohickey, cleanse it with fire. So I've not watched long enough to know why I'm here, what I'm doing, or what I have done. Put them in the box. Or what I'm trying to do. Just me being here is, I don't know what to tell you. I'm still tired of that shit. I'm over it. Yeah, I think they've deleted most of those vids, MJ, just because of the shit they were getting from them. Y'all, I don't know. I don't know what the hell to think about these monsters. All I know is I can just keep fucking showing receipts, right? And trying to be light for summer. And trying to do right. Tell a love story. I don't know. Yeah, but so we're at tonight. That's the episode we're on sync to. And you know them good and well that they know that there's been receipts shown over here tonight. To prove every word that come out of their fucking mouth a lie. Their narrative a lie. And yet they still continue.